We're gonna do, excuse me, something else today. I wanted to change my stream info. Adobe Fusion. I'm just gonna do CAD design. Storage rack is done. I finished that last night off stream because I really didn't want to. I just wanted to zone in on what I was doing. I think I'm gonna do the same for a few other things here. Just making lots of stuff. I don't know. I was just gonna open up or do a bunch of these things here. Still contemplating whether I want to charge for these like things I'm doing on stream. They really are just kind of make work projects for content. And it gives me something to do, and I'm not necessarily gonna make any of these things myself because they all cost money to build, so a lot of the times I don't have a reason to make them for myself, but they solve problems, or they, solve problems. I guess it's a good way to say that. I had something bold in the list here and I forgot where it was. So this 360-degree angle fed fireplace, so it's like it's not just a bin, but it's got like a cover on it, or it's like a fireplace, or a fire pit topper, maybe better. Fire pit topper, cooktop, maybe that's the better way to say that. It's like a round sort of idea. Home decor, I think it was like a key holders, yeah, right there. So let's do the keys first. These are pretty straightforward. I'm doing a lot of sheet metal stuff lately because I just find that really interesting. So we'll do, start off with some text. We'll just say keys. Keys. It's like, you don't need the sign there. It's just funny to me that we can say keys, Probably just hold it on the bottom and then have some hooks. Pretty straightforward. I want the height to be, I don't know, an inch or something like that. Keys. Doesn't have to be too big. And Arial is pretty here we go. Britannic. Britannic. Oh, Broadway's good too. Some people like Studio 54 kind of look. These might be hard to laser cut. So maybe we can do the Cooper. Cooper's always good. It's like clowny. Copper. There's bold. Ayo, thanks for the lurk there, Mr. Killer. Appreciate you dropping by. Key. Rack. Jeez, what did I call this again? Key holder. Holder. So key holder. I should design like one of those key like multi-tool things. Be kind of neat. Key holder. Key holder. Fire pits, stove top, and let's do one more because these things are pretty easy. Fire pit, cooktop, stove top. You already did a lunchbox. Wall-mounted towel ladder. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I could do a like your standard towel rack. I can't believe how simple of a thing like the IKEA one is. It's like a standard IKEA really minimalist towel rack. I think it's like $40 or something, and it's so simple. It's like you could easily make it yourself. People pay for that like IKEA, Apple sort of minimalism that looks really nice. So wine rack, a bike rack, that's kind of neat. You could do that. Shoe rack. So all these are like all mounted mail sorter. Fishing rod holder, yeah. Metal cubby shelf, wall mounted. Oh, you know what would be kind of cool is I like the space saving things where stuff is like flush into the wall. Storage wire rack. This was kind of finished with the other rack. Shelf I got done. Toolbox tool tray, that's finished. Workbenches, metal sawhorses. I think these sometimes people like to make this stuff, but metal drying rack, a foldable one, and I like the ones you just put in the sink afterwards. I do like I wouldn't mind to start like doing a couple things with wire. I think that's pretty neat, like wire shelving and just like different versions of that. This sheet metal, yeah, sheet metal, or just some of these are just metal in general. So spice rack. Sheet metal pizza peel. Yeah, there's some pretty nice ones out there. Countertop spice rack. Knife rack. These are like organizing sort of things. We could do oh, it's metal might be the wrong you could just do like a standard pan too. I want to do a pizza pan, which is like just like a standard pizza pans, all the different sizes of those. Maybe I can do that. So okay, we'll go with the keys for now. Pick a nice keys. What font would you choose to have on your wall? You know? I feel like I got something hanging out of my nose. Give me a second. This looks like a... All right. Probably not that one. Keys. Gill Sans Ultra Bold. Keys, 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 keys. Keys. The Ravi. What a great tune. Bring that one up to 35 for you. Stencil is always a good one because it's kind of like a classic look. And same with the Swiss. Swiss is it's different from Helvetica, but it's pretty. I just put it in the same category. Slightly different, obviously. It's a reason why lots of people use it. Keys, a Western sort of look. Playbill. So I'm gonna go with the Britannic. I think that should be good. So keys, maybe we can do 1, 5, 5. Yeah, 5. I'm gonna go a little bit more. 10. Ooh, not 5, 10. 5, 10. I'm gonna do it in the middle and on the bottom. So no matter how big I make this thing, it should line up. And yep. So these are just gonna be like a bent hook, I guess. So if we did something like that, maybe, I don't know, 5 inches is probably all right. And then this will be, I'm going to use a bend line for these. Or am I? Nah, I'm not going to. So I do want to have, this needs a couple areas where it can be fastened on. So 5, what's 4 look like? 4 is probably nice too. Doesn't have to be that big. Like, how many keys do you need? Or how many keys do you have? So if each one of those is like 3/8 wide, maybe less, quarter inch to 3/8, space them an inch apart or so. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You could have it on that. Have it on the center, at least. So if we could say, here's the thing that we're doing. We just say it's let me say that was an inch, and maybe this is an inch, something like that, and then it'd be like in between the fingers or something like this. 1, 2, and have them vertically, so you just, all you need to hit is one stud. That's kind of nice. So put that in the middle, and then something like that. 0.75, 1.5. Keys. Should put it on either end. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. You just put a drywall anchor in. I figured the stud would be better, but we just did them at the top here. Somewhere there. Little 1/8 inch holes. 3/8. 0.375. 375. So 0.25. Is there? Did I do a? I didn't. Middle of this. So I want to do, I don't know if I can do this with a pattern. I'm going to try it. So I want to do, spacing is going to be 1 inch. 4 of these. Tack this onto the end, like a so. Yeah, it did actually lock it in. That's pretty sweet. And then the spacing is going to be a little less than 4 inches. 2. It's all the same. It should be good. We'll do 1 point. The extent. It's not really what I wanted. So on this outside piece, well, it is what I wanted, but I want it to specify the overall. So when I do this, it's going to be D12. The extent is D12, and I want this to be toggle driving. Driving, please. There we go. 4. And I want this to the outside. No, I can't have it for some reason. There we go. That's not what I wanted. Alright, get rid of this shit. Ain't nobody got time for that. So, start over. When I have a thing, what did I say it was? 0.25. I want this half an inch off there. It's going to be on the corner, and it's the extent, so D12 is the extent of this. I want 4 of them. D12, right? And then the outside, I suppose it's like it's -1 or minus 0.25. Minus this. What is this one? Which one is this one? 0.25 is D13. Why go to the whole trouble of doing all this? Well, if I make this 5, then it reshapes itself. Right. And I could actually do D12 divided by 1 millimeter. And I think that does that give me, I want to use the number here as a quantity. Because it has a unit, but I don't want a unit. Stovetop and maybe something else. I don't know. So we're definitely not doing that one there. Guide design, key holder, keys. .5, 0.375. This is outrageous. I want this in line with this guy here. That's cool. So we will, this is going to be space in between. So these are going to get deleted afterwards, I think. Maybe all the way even up to, yeah, just the half is probably okay. We'll just keep with that. So we're going to do all this stuff here. So we actually have something to 0.075. Seems like it's, we could do like, it doesn't have to be really small, but like if you did this out of stainless or something, the material is just so bloody tough that it doesn't matter what you really use it for, or how thin you go, as long as it's not like ridiculously thin. So could make these on pegs too or something like that. There's so many ways to do these things. You could even do it really thick. It's so thick. Because of the thickness, and the laser cutting has its own beauty too, especially on stainless. A little bit of heat goes in there, and then it changes the color of the edge like just slightly. Yeah. Let's go 0.075 is fine. It's just a little bit thicker than 1/8 inch. I'm gonna do a couple holes here. Clearance for 1/8 inch. So 0.125 plus 3.125, whatever that is. 0.156. Keys, please. It's a pretty small. It's like what I said was 4 by 2, so it's like this big. It's pretty small. But that's all you really need for a lot of stuff. Convert this to sheet metal. It's a steel. Steel Lieutenant Dan. So out of this away. 0.75. Make it a big key holder. Flip. No, 0.5. 0.75 again. It should be like 0.25. Should be like really small on the end. 0.375. I don't even know if I can bend something that small, like air bending. That might be, well, that's a fold, I guess. You can just use a folding machine. And now, drum roll, please. And then we're gonna take a couple of these ones down to, I don't know, 0.125. I think we're gonna do the middles here too. Turn that off. This is something fun just to have done, and it's a really nice, if you're doing like laser knickknacks and stuff like that, this is one of the great products that you can create. That you know, it's insignificant until you need one, and then you have one, and it kind of looks cool. 0.065. And realistically, you could make, I don't know, 25 of these in an hour. Maybe 3 hours, like total investment. I think this might be a little bit big. We could do a countersunk hole there too. It is 0.075, so it's pretty small. So if we just did 1.125, and we only go to here, have some context, so we're not so sloppy. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool looking. Key rack. Keys. So many racks. Key rack. And how we want that to look. Let's bring in so the filament rack actually turned out pretty good. I'll show you that in a minute. Key rack. The nice part about all these headings is that I can always put in more stuff too, like to each one of these. So I'll save that. These 4 spot. Key rack. I just say key rack. It's pretty. Keys. We could soften all these up too, so they're not so damn sharp. But the 0.03. I don't know how that's gonna look. Let's just do these ones here because it does change the look of all this stuff. Okay. Oops. Let's do why is it like that? Selects. Let's do rule fillet. Let's be between the just rounds and fillets, and between these two faces. Uh, 0.0625, no, 0.003. You just say fillets, rounds. So rounds is going to be trouble. Fillets only. I would like rounds and fillets, but it only does certain things there. So sometimes I just don't know how to do a proper selection. So what I can do here, filters only, I should be able to just select edges, no faces. Oh, I guess. We'll just go to here. That should capture most of them. 0.03. I don't know why sometimes it doesn't work. It's let's do just it doesn't work because I wasn't selecting just body edges. There we go. That's the reason. So sometimes getting like all your, I like to finagle with all the selections sometimes. More than I like actually doing something about it here. Because then, like, it's just gonna select what I want it to select, I guess. And then if I just choose fillet, then 0.03, 125, it only does what I want it to do. 0.015. It could be really small. Even that's good. These are concerning a little bit. 3. So these ones here, I'm gonna make, oops, a little larger. I'm surprised it looks like that much ass. Even smaller. Just, and then these ones here, let's do 0.1, 125. Oh, 0.1. Is it really that big? 0.12. I don't get it. Why does this one change so much? I should be able to put like 0.25 on this. But maybe that's a, oh, this is a pivotal one here. I'm gonna be that guy. So we're gonna 0.1 on this one. 0.1. And then I should be able to do 125 on a whole bunch of the other ones. So 8.25. Smooths it out just a little bit anyways. Really does. This one could be even larger. One. So real easy. No. So that's another one of those ones you gotta be careful with. We'll just do 0.25 for all these ones. This one might make it weird. Yeah. So try that for 0.1. And this one here. Nice and low. 2.5. So that looks good. Pretty happy. Just makes it a little bit easier. Let's do save on that. That was a considerable amount of plastic, stone, wood, metal. Aluminum's a little bit too. You could do bronze as well. Does it look like in bronze? Maybe bronze is too brittle for that. Chrome plated steel. There we go. High strength, low alloy. Steel painted finished blue. Zinc. There we go. It was like a passivated sort of finish. Ooh, titanium. I think titanium's hard to bend though. I am going to, oops. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna make another sketch, and I'm going to project these points to the other side so that I can change this into a countersink. Where are you? Countersink to here, distance to here. Where's the flip? To hole diameter is too big. It should be a, I mean bad input, target body. Alright. Sometimes a unified screw. We're gonna do number 8. Because actually let's do number 6. And that'll be kind of the idea for that one. So a couple screws, one on each side, and turn that off. Just gonna fact check that with a wood screw. I don't actually know. Let me just do wood screw. Wood. Give me some wood screw. This might not actually have wood screws in it. Countersink. Countersink square. Yeah, I don't think anything these things are gonna have it. So we can do wood screw. Wood screws. Number 8. Screw nails, cool. Studs. Drywall screws, wood screws. I'm in Canada, so let's do the flathead. You got like a Torx drive. That'll piss everybody else off. Softwood and plastic wood composites. 18 stainless steel square drive. Ooh. Yeah, right. Let's do that. I don't like money. 1.5 inches. Let's do a 3D step. I want with threads. So I'm a psychopath and that doesn't matter. Look at that size of that thing. That's the one. So if I flush mount this biatch to here, what do I get? See, it's not big enough. I did a number 8, didn't I? And I should have did. What should I have done? A number 6, right? Insert McMaster car. So we're gonna go number 6 instead. Inch and a half. Right there. Download. Schmerp. Still too big. Still too big. You know what it is? This countersink is not. I don't think that's right. Is it 118? Let's just. Oh, these are machine screws. What's an oval head? Damn. That's closer. Let's inspect section analyses. No. Right. So we have a mismatch. A mismatch. And this is actually made for a thing. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I got the need to pee. Be right back. little too far. Oh, what else we got here? What was I doing? Oh, oh yeah. Oval shaped? That's not right. Is it? It's certainly not large enough because these are machine screws and I have a wood screw, so I suppose I could just subtract the two and that'll be fine. Yeah, I'll keep it because then it's gonna do the rest of it anyways. Do that. Sweet. Keep the tools. If I turn these off, then that'll be Firepits. So that's the idea behind that anyways. It's not great though. And turn off my selection filters for everything else. Um, 75. $75. Turn off the section analyses and the joints. Big AF with crew. You know, I think I'm just gonna do something smaller here. So if it was number 6 normal, I'll go with the 100. Number 6. It is pretty close to what that looks like. And then if it needs to be larger, well then, and go from there. 100 mil. Keys, please. No need to go any more than that. So save this and do a quick render. We can do that. What's an in-canvas render look like here? Keys. Close that down, close this down. Do 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 do. Keys. The light is coming up from the bottom, it should be going down the other way. I guess you can do a move a few moments later. You can go like way up here somewhere. Just create a wall. Paint. Matte. A rough coat? does a rough coat look like? Oh, it like literally looks like eggshell. Beautiful. Except we're not gonna keep it gray. We're gonna go to like a robin's egg blue. These things are so pale. Oh, it's hard to get that color right. I think that's... I don't know. I know what we can do. Robins. Bento. Wow. Can I select that color? Is there a way to do that? Oh, there is. 14. Uh, 7457. It was fairly close. Not 74. What did I say it was? 7457. 7U. Imply. Okay. Cancel. Close. Thank you, internet. Key rack. Render. So now I should have the lights in the correct direction. Oh, look at that. The only nicer thing would be like a light switch and something else, but it's gonna take a bit because of the well, yeah, because of that too. There you go. Good time to have me some yogurt. Blueberries. So setting up the render in Fusion takes, I don't know, 5 minutes sometimes. If I had a faster computer, it would be better, but what do you do? I work with what I got. Shit's 8 years old. It's nice because it has just enough drop shadow. Yeah. I'm looking over there, and I look back, and I look up at myself because it's got the preview window. I was just like looking down there. That's the exact way I know that I feel about eating the exact same thing every single day. It's so monotonous. I could make the keys go right to the end. But I figured this was a nice trade-off. I pretty much only eat about half of the food, half now, half later. I might eat this for, well, I fasted until 11:30 or something like that. Almost 12. Well, actually, it was around 12 when I started eating. I should say that. Seems like it's working. It's friggin' slow though. Just keep up with it. I gotta find other ways to have not have boring food though, because it's starting to get to me. It's 4 minutes. Maybe another couple minutes. So the next one, I think I'm gonna do the fire pit. What this is, it's supposed to. It's supposed to. Oh, jeez. Is my site down? Oh, it's processing. That's the reason why I can't do any of that shit. That was a bad idea. The processor is at the full bore. Anytime you put anything shiny in here, holy moly, does it take forever. So if this had slight machining all the way around it too, that would look really nice. Like a slight bevel. That would be unappreciated though. That's for sure. Yeah, all the extra machine time and all that. I can engrave something like right in the middle there for like an upsell. Carpe diem. All right. I think that's as good as it's gonna get. Let's do that. Maybe a little bit too far over. I like it. Save. Iraq. Iraq. Keys. Let's throw this up on X real quick. Edit. Should be able to square this up. Not mistaken. Live on Twitch. Twitch, come see the other stuff I'm making. Making today. Karzyz. Karsyz. Okay. Yeah. You have X amount of time. Make sure it actually goes there. Yeah. 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 Meow. Keys. Okay. So we stop that. And let's go back into the design space. We're going to put all that back. Give that a save. Yeah, catching them every day. So let's do the Firepit's stove top, cooktop top. All right, so the idea behind that, so save fire pit cook top. See, the idea is that you want all the heat to go where your cooking stuff is and not where your fingers and stuff are, right? So if you have, you know, it's funny. I forgot what I was gonna say earlier on. That is so strange. I was gonna draw something on the website, and I totally forgot what I was gonna say. Maybe it was this. So we have a ye old tablet. There we go. Not ye old passport, just tablet. So the see if I can get this to go right. Is this gonna give me the full window? No. Do I have scaling on here for the bamboo? No, maybe I don't have this installed on this computer. I thought it did. Anyways, the this is too big. That's too big. You have like a fire pit, right? And you want to cook something over it. You have to either, you know, like you hang it the thing, and you put your giant chunk of meat on here, and it goes around in a circle, or you hang it from it, right? Something like this. Not with the handle though. So, or you too far. So there's like wooden stuff that's like piled up in here maybe. I'm just drawing a bunch of stuff in here for firewood. You get coals and all the rest, right? Or you just put like a grate on top. So you put a grate on top of it and then just put your pot. Oh. Right, so put your grate on top of that. Let me just get rid of this stuff. I'm just doing such a shitty job here, but whatever. And then you put your pot on top of that. With your lid and your handle. And then, yeah, it just goes on there. So what I was thinking was, rocket stoves are, I'll just draw like kind of the general idea here. So nothing new. This airflow goes in here. You put your sticks and stuff into here, right? Usually this is much closer. I'm sorry, being a dumbass. In the back here. Where's my eraser? Pencil. So in the back here, right? And you have like all your fires and stuff like this coming up, and then usually you have some sort of thing to put your pot on up here. Right. Or your box or whatever else with your cooking handle. So all of the heat goes into your stuff and not, you know, like out this way and like that. Sorry, there's a tube here. I should have just used like different colors. I have all these colors I can use. The fire is a nice salmon color. And then you really don't need a whole lot of, you don't need a whole lot of that's the background, silly. You're not gonna change all the sticks. So the air comes in from the one side. Air intake. Right, so air intake, pots. Pot. And then this is rocket stove. So rocket stoves are pretty easy. It's just like they're fairly simple to make. You could just use like a 4x4 or 6x6 HSS, which is like literally just a square tube, right? And you take it and you cut it on a bandsaw. A lot of the times it's like you can just do the actual 3 joints right here, or you just do like a 1 miter in the corner, and then you cut off just one little smidgen here. This one's a little bit more tough, the end of this one. So I could add this to the list and give it a little thing so you don't have to bend over and all that stuff. Or we could make something that just kind of goes in on a fire pit. And that's what I wanted to do, was combine this idea with an actual fire pit. So fire pit idea I had before. That's right. So you have your fire pits. That is brown. I want nothing. So fire pit. Or, you know, it's maybe we'll go even more primitive here. So you have fire pit, all the rocks. Oh gosh, this is gonna take a bit. Right. And you have your wood pieces like that in your wood, and then usually it's in a circle. It's fairly small. So what can you put on top of this so that it makes cooking not suck balls, essentially. Let's do the fire, the flame. I love this. So, I am going to copy this over so we can have another iteration or two. Okay. So the yeah. So if we could just put something that goes on top, like a big pot or something like that, because essentially you just want to make this. You want to make a small fire, or you can have something that's like a little bit larger or spread out. Can we incorporate the design of this into that? So if I was going to use this as a section, then that's how this whole thing would look. But I want to be able to like take this off. It's like, oh, we have this thing that we want to use and put it on there. Sometimes it's just easy enough to do that, but like it gets friggin' hot. Even when you don't have anything, like if it's just a bed of coals, it's like, okay, well, it's either a barbecue that goes all the way to the bottom or all the way to the top. You could put like a big barrel on it or something so you don't got to bend over. You know, like cooking over a campfire has its charm. But the utility is lower, so that's why I was like, okay, well maybe there's something maybe between these two. Like these have different things as well, so you can use this. It doesn't use a lot of fire, like a lot of wood. This is already has lots of wood or has lots of coals. You could just take these coals and put it into like a regular barbecue, like literally just like a shovel, like a sifting shovel. Sifting shovel just has holes in the bottom of it. The holy shovel, right? So you can not transfer the ash, but transfer the hot coals, a hot wood, essentially. And then you transfer that into your barbecue, and then just like let it burn off, or whatever else, or if you're cooking indirectly, something like that. You know, what's the more simple solution? So, well, you just put whatever you're using. Like could be like your butter and your spices and potatoes and onions and like whatever else. Even the meat, throw it all in like what do you call it? Like tinfoil, like 2-3 wraps of tinfoil, and then just throw it on the fire. That's totally fine too, and that'll work good. So, what happens if this isn't like your occasional thing, but that gets old after like 2 or 3 days of doing that? I know this from experience. But, you know, I think the average person's not going to go camping for more than 3 days. So, well, I don't know. Not the people I know anyway. Some people will go for a longer trek, week or two. And then there's like the hardcore people that take off like an entire summer and then just bug out and they go wherever. But usually that's like RV, and like you have more substantial like camping gear that you take with you. And then this is what I'm talking about. So what's the more substantial camping gear? So just imagine you can have something. It's larger. It's at waist height, so it's about 3 feet high, or maybe 2.5 feet or something. It doesn't have to be. And you know, it allows you like a couple cooking spots or something like that. And then this is the heat that does that. So there has to be a way to put more fuel into it, not just plopping this down on the coals. And then you're going to have to prepare this before you do that. And then you should be able to move it yourself. And then this thing is going to get hot just by its function. Or you could just have it like that all the time. Its own specific thing. But this is kind of like the dual purpose sort of idea. So take this idea, which is perfectly fine. A lot of people do that. And then they just use 2 of them. Or have like a double split on the top of it. So you know, that all comes out here. So these both have the issue where your food is in contact with just like burning wood gases, essentially. It's just like you're barbecuing or cooking with wood. And yeah, I can't really get around that too much. This, because of the nature of a rocket stove will burn more cleanly. In some respects, even though there's not a secondary burn process, that would be even more cool. So like if you could take this and put like a gasifying chamber on it, so it's like it goes up. This here goes. It would go up. So the chamber, right? You put this thing on here, goes up and then down and then back down again, and then like out to the side or something. That would be super cool. So you put your fire in here. Here's the fire. This is insulated from the outside. It goes maybe to one side or all the way around. Maybe just one side and then burns all the way around and then exits the other side and has like this thing here. So now you have gasifying chamber. This is gonna get extremely hot. So very, very nice. And you could make this. So this, I'm just going over this. This isn't really what I really want to do, but it would be something similar to that. So you can even get this high enough. So say above 6 feet, where you can have like a little top on it or something to protect from rain. And then whatever's in here, this is gonna burn out, and then this is gonna create a draft. This is the ground, right? So whatever's in here, you have to feed this fire somehow, right? And it could be with one of these, right? So you just put this whole system in front of this, right? So this portion of it, this one right here, this portion here is what's in here. So it could be a lot smaller. And then for this, you want to be able to regulate your cooking surfaces somewhat. So you could have like bypasses. So just imagine you're looking down on this one, A. So over here, A. And it could be round. It could be square. Actually, let's make it square. So that if this thing was round in the middle and this thing comes out on this side, and the flue is on this side, so it exits over here, right? So the gas has to go down, has to go around, exits over here, it has to go around this, but it's also going to go up because I think that's just how that works. So it goes up and then back down again, and then all this stuff gets burned because it's lighter. So it goes all the way, yeah, oops. It goes all the way around here. So depending on where these currents are, this whole top surface is going to be pretty hot. Now, if you close these off, for example, so like there was, I don't know, like this whole surface here, this one side, you could have A and B or something like that. So if you want this less temperature, or side 1, side 2, you could have like a little thing in here that just like closes a flapper on the inside. So imagine this is the wall that we're looking at, and it's got like a or even maybe up here, like it's so it could be this one, and it has like holes in it. So like up on the top, something like that. You can control all these holes, so it doesn't go into this area. So it has to go through. So the bottom stays hot, but the top, and then this here would always get hot because of the top. Or if it's insulated, excuse me. If it's insulated, this isn't going to directly heat it because it's coming out of here. And the other two, and this draft is pulling that. Here's your cooktop. So I think this is kind of standard. I'm just reinventing the wheel. All this is old technology. Why wouldn't you just make a stove and bring the whole stove and just put it inside the stove? Yeah, you totally could. And then when you want to have a bonfire or something, you can just have a bonfire somewhere else. Just start another fire. Totally possible. You could have this in gas if you wanted to even. Although you wouldn't want to do that. So why bother when you can just get a camping stove? So what does this idea look like? So I had something that I think I wanted to do that was more like, let me see if I can draw it out here. Drawing is a part of the discovery process. And so if we draw it on top, just draw it on top here. So if I want to slide the wood in somehow, let's start with the cook surface. So cook surface is going to be something like that. There's going to be a burn channel of some kind that's pretty small. It doesn't have to be very big, but then we need to get the wood in it somehow. So it's going to have like some sort of line to it. Maybe like that. Or we can just do like it's like almost like a dish, I guess. And then it could even have just like, I don't know, like a couple legs on it, something like that. Steel's not going to erode too fast, even if it stays hot, like really hot for a long time. It's still pretty strong. And then the fire could be in here. But we would want more of a like a go up into this sort of idea. Kind of goes in there, but we want to keep the same aspect of this. So that's why I was like, maybe we can get the fire to go in something like this, like all the way around, right? So this is like one, this is like pretty bad. Just put like the sticks and stuff in here, sticks and stuff in here, whatever else. The verticals don't need to be there right now. Oops. Delete a little too far. Right, so this is in here, and then this would be sitting on the ground, sort of. So, oops. Maybe like a ring or something, like a ring all the way around. We sat like this, and then everything's kind of like in the middle here. So, and then it would eventually, I think, because it's going to be burning in here. So you're going to be burning up into this. But this is also going to be burning, or something like that. These can be... it would be burning mostly here, but then dropping the coals into somewhere there. Kind of like that. Or we could have a screen. Screen and a catch. So it's still kind of like an appliance, but I want it to be like, I could just put this over top and then feed more fire in here. Or build a fire and just plop it in top, but I wanted to, I was thinking about having some sort of system like that. Maybe it doesn't matter that much. And that could be like all the way around and then have some holes or something wherever that goes in. And then you can modulate like how hot the fire's getting just by like what's burning on the ends of the stuff there. But this is a really nice design, just like how that is already. So burning on the stovetop, or we can do something like this, and then obviously the smoke and all that stuff still comes out this area here, because this is just like a grate, or it's mostly open, you know. A grate would be kind of nice. So glorified grate, do I need all this stuff here? Because this is all going to get hot. And then this is unnecessary. It's just like, yeah, one of the ideas I had in my head. So let's do stovetopper. I think like the standard grills are, it's like a circle or even just like a standard like grill, you know? Has like one grill on the bottom, and I'm pretty sure the legs flip out. It has like legs on the side. Oops. legs on the side of it. And if I remember right, it's just like all... Like this is the one that I have. I haven't used it in ages. And they're just like, it's all bent wire. The whole thing. And you just like, you plop that in the fire. Oops. Yeah, fire's like, all the wood and stuff is in here. And then, yeah, your fire's on top. So, it's like, is this like really necessary? But you could take something, maybe it is just like a small barbecue. What I was thinking was just, it's basically converting a fire pit. So it's converting a fire pit, even if you have like a steel ring, into like a proper like cooktop. Like if you want to put pans and stuff, and not even necessarily a grill, but just like like pots and pans and stuff like that. I think that was the idea anyways. So exploring the pots and pans idea. Pots and pans will work with this. It's just doing something flat. And then this was just another way to feed the fire underneath it. So let's do a combination of those two. Flat surface. Let's do round because most people do round. If this could be a flat top, this could be a maybe like a half and half. So it's like like a grill on the one side, something like that, and a thing on the other. So you could have like full open or some sort of pattern, or the nested, you know, like the nested things, so that it's heating up the pot directly. But this is open to the side, and then maybe just having like a localized area where you could put more wood to burn in each quadrant. So that might be a thing. So if this was all the way around, you could just shove the wood right in here, and then this would have like an area. So these two. You know what? Not even. Just like a total flat top. So you could use it for a bunch of different things. So there's an area underneath, like a pie shape, that you can stick the wood into, and it keeps it from going into the other stuff. So this wood would ignite here and make this portion more hot, right? So if you want this one more hot, you could just feed the fire on the one side, and you feed the fire on the other side, something like that. And then this would sit like on a portable fire ring. So like if you had just like a standard fire ring. It's funny, I got all this stuff here that I can use. I'm just not using it. So if this was sitting on a fire ring, right? And this goes all the way around. This goes around. Like so, this actually would create a seal, or somewhat of a seal, because it still has to come up through here somehow. So maybe if it's coming out where the wood is, then you know all those other things are going to come up, like the gases will come over the wood, and the wood will capture some of that, but not much. And then it's got to come up somewhere. So there could be like a flue exit on the one side. So if it was on this side, it could be, you know, like here's like your cooking thing, and it just like comes up, something like that. So all the heat is gonna like travel towards this one side as well, and then you could feed the fire on whichever side that you wanted. Although there's still stuff underneath this that's burning. It's just like an accessory to your fire pit. So I think maybe this is like a Yeah, it's more localized. Like that was kind of the idea. So you could have this one here, and it's just like kind of like a general sizzle, or you could clean it all off like completely, season it, and you should just use it as a flat top. So I only need like this little section or this one over here, something like that. Um, or you just make a giant fire and then do the whole lot, and then you have it. In which case, that would just be like a flat sheet on top with like a hole in the corner or a hole in the middle, something like that. Because that'd work too. But there's no way to control the heat, and like that's what I was trying to think about. So if you had a campfire and it was like super hot, um, or even just you had like a nice bed of coals, and then you go put this thing on top of it. You can put it directly on top, just slightly above. I would use the grill, because usually it's so hot you can't get your hand next to it. Like that's the other thing. This thing would heat up extremely hot, I think, if you put this over a campfire. Hmm. So let my mind go for like a minute here. Just like let it drift off. See if I can get any connections. Some diffuse mode. So you take it out and then you put it in here, and then it feeds that. This stuff comes out like maybe just comes out the side, I guess. Like how would this actually work? Now if this had a draft to it, it would suck the stuff down here and then go out there. It would suck in, and I think that's what I wanted to do. So you put it in here, and then this creates a draft. Like this would have to be much higher, I would think. I don't know why I did any of that. Um, why delete the one when you can delete them all? Right. So this creates a draft from all this stuff here. It gets the smoke away from what you're doing. On this will heat up, and then you can put individual pieces of wood in here. Like you could stick them in, right? All the way into the fire that's in the middle. So this would be maybe like have an opening here. So it's open on top. You stick the wood all the way in and then pull it back, something like that. So let's see, in section, do, so the flat top here, like this, and then if something that comes down like that, maybe not quite like that, a little bit less slope. Well, yeah, just enough to stick the wood in, and then this would be like your center. Stuff will come up and out like this. Maybe not that far. It's too bad that it's the whole thing here. Right. So you can stick the wood on the side. It's gonna want to come up and out through here. anyways. So it's gonna burn up all this stuff here and then come up around the outsides. Technically, we would want it in the middle. So maybe the stovepipe could be in the middle. So it's forced to go up through here, and that's pretty. Seems pretty straightforward. Oops. Straight down. So if that was the fire pit end, this like sits on the edge of it, I suppose. Oops. Something like that. Sits on the edge of it. Or sits inside of it. It's probably even a better idea. Sits inside. So there's a ring here and then a block or whatever. So good seal there. So it has no no way to go anywhere except the middle. Let's get rid of that. And then so this is like the holes in the middle. Up and out of the way. Chimney. I get the bread on top. do 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 do. My little football bread. There we go. You have a couple eyes and a nose and the little mouth that's down here. No, it's not. Oh no! What is all this stuff? This tablet needs to be calibrated. 7. Right. So then you can do, and then the outside here is actually hard though, and there's no grate or nothing. It's just like that. So all the way around. You could shove the holes in either way. Maybe have that separate. Like a little little ridges or something in there. It has to be big enough where you, like, if this is flipped over, this has to have, oh geez. This has to have some sort of ring to it. A nice ring, preferably. So it could be sitting up like that, or technically you would want that on the inside. Right, so you sit the pipe on the outside, goes up like that. Just so that you can like weld it here and then weld on there, something like that. And then same with the other side. I'm just drawing the half of it for right now. So fire comes up into here. You can throw the sticks in here if you want, because this is and then they start burning like right at the bottom, I guess. Burn a few things. This could even have a grate right here. So this could be like a perforated. Oops. 7 perforated. Oh gosh, it's gonna look really bad on the one side here. All right, so perforated grate or whatever, so that when whatever you stick in here is just gonna stay on here, and then eventually will start to catch fire, and then can have like that localized burn or whatever. And then this is pretty close, like, to the fire ring, and then these can have like a handle on the side of it or something like that, like a wood handle. Wood handles. Yeah. So wood on the bottom. This is hot on the top because the fire will So if you block this off, if you were to take this off and block this off, the fire would go like that and up and around, and these things would get pretty hot, like if you were just to plop this down on a thing. And then if you want the heat to be more directed into the middle, so these are up to temperature, and you take the block off, or you close, like you open the flue up here. So maybe this can have like a little flapper on the inside, right? Little handle, whatever. Right, so you can block this off, so more of it comes out this way, or the more comes out the top. A little bit of direction there, and then you could do like a whole like damper sort of system, or what, like whatever is in here. Everything's got to be nice and loose if you were to do that, and then you would choose which side you want, or do you want all of them? But I was figuring it's like if you just had everything and you warmed everything up, and this thing's going to get pretty warm. This will die out eventually. You could use this for like containing all your ashes, so it's, or your ambers and stuff, so it's like contained, which is another nice part about that. But you could do that with just like a, what do you call it? Just like a grate to put on top. So there's nothing like stopping you from just putting like a wire mesh, total wire mesh, like a cylinder with a top on it, like a grill, and then just doing everything like that. Totally acceptable. Very, very simple that way too. I'm just exploring some fun ideas here for products. Unnecessary inventions. So let's design this, and yeah, see what we can come up with there. Oops. There we go. Put the tablet away. That is not how we put the tablet away. Wire goes away from us because wires get in the way of everything. Yeah. So I think we got a pretty solid idea of what we want. Let's do, I don't know, 2.5 feet or something. 30 inches. 30 inches is a decent size fire pit. And like, 30 inches is, I don't even know if I could show that on here. Where's my other hand? Yeah, I can't even show it on here. So like compared to me, I don't think I'm 2.5 feet wide. I bet you I'm close. I bet you it's close though. Do I have my tape rule in here, or did I use it somewhere? No, I think I used it somewhere. Oh no, there it is. 30 inches. So I had to hold that up here to here. This would be, yeah, that's pretty close to the scale. So my head is my face is 5.5 inches wide, roughly. Just going by the thing here. No, not quite. 5. Going by the camera. Yep, 5.5, dead on. So yeah, that's about right. 7 of me. About the size of a thumb. 1, 2, 4. That's 5. Actually, it's bigger. It's like that. So scale comparison's kind of fun, isn't it? yogurt. You know, I don't like blackberry seeds in my teeth. Darn it. Oh, it's annoying. No one's jammed in there good. Holy crap. So, yeah. Maybe we do it smaller. 2 feet. 24? No. 24. Holy crap. My only problem with blackberries, raspberries is the seeds. 1875. We're not going to get any crazier than that. Not for this, anyways. So this was, I don't know, 8 inches or something. So this thing sits on top of there. And we're going to do a revolve. Front. So in the middle, we're going to want at least, 8 inches? 8. Let's do one of these that's a center. Introduce the 4. And into here, and maybe 10, 8. That's weird. So we will do something that sits on there, maybe 20 degrees, or we could do a 2.5. Something like that. Yeah, look, it's 20 degrees. Just about. Let's do a German dimension. We're just going to make sure that those things touch. This will be a couple inches past, anyways. If this was a grate, yeah, let's do 10. I can come up and over. Ten's pretty big. So you could use this with the flue or without the flue. And then on top of this, well, even on here, we're going to want we would actually want this to be all the way down, so maybe only 8. Okay. So whatever pipe is on here, we could maybe sit that in here. So the heat gets bypassed essentially, and then the sticks would provide the stick would be right on top though. So I'm just thinking there's like the airflow that came in from underneath. So oh yeah, I forgot about the airflow from here. and then up again, because that's where we want to build that sort of thing. But it should be coming in from the sides here. Sides. Ooh. For up and over. And it should be the other way around on the bottom. Something like that. So you want the heat to come up here and then up and through this. We don't necessarily want to heat that, but we do want to heat this other thing in here. And then what we were doing here. So this is the top. Call this, I don't know, maybe 1/4 inch. It's got to be something like fairly decent. And maybe 20 inches. What do we call that? This was what, 24? How does it do that? Oh, this is gonna sit higher too. What am I doing? Whoa. Yeah. So this would be in line with the fire pit, right? And we want to have, there's a thickness on this one. If we could get away with 1/8, that would be really cool. I don't think this is it's gonna heat up in here actually quite a lot just because of the actually that's not such a bad idea, because this is where firewood goes technically, so this radiates into here, which radiates on top. I think it's still the same, and then this would come up and around the edge, so maybe not in here, but in just a little bit, say 3 inches. And this is still pretty substantial. Why is that? Did I do the outside? $1,875. That's right. But this should be 24, right? Ah. Yep. There we go. He's not. So 18 inches is pretty decent, like cooktop. I would think you can cook a lot of stuff on that. And have a nice nice round number, say 2 inches. Couple inches is very big, so that's why I was doing that. And this needs to have what, probably 3/16. Something up like that. Man, this thing would be heavy. Let's do 1/8. And then on top of this, there is be like a flange or something here. So that was 8 inches total. kind of even want to have just six here. So this, you could plop this on top and then it heats up. It's like, why don't you just heat this directly? No, then you put your own little firewood on top of this, but then this keeps burning. And then you can, maybe you will do this 0.185. It's just more robust. This can stay hot for a while too. So you don't even technically need to use this with a fire pit. So like if you were to put it here, maybe this could have like a leg attachment to it. So if this was made for this fire ring, we say we go over 1 inch or something like that. And then it's at least a ½ inch deep at the low end. So maybe 0.625. This gets welded on, right? So then if it's a ½ inch sitting here, you could put like a leg into it if it was like a taper, something like that. Taper lock leg. Right, 0.125. Maybe even a quarter. And that's just like maybe a little piece here and there. Could do a full wedge, I guess, if that's more boat floating. And then this piece, so like that. So this would be grating or perforated. So like a thing, and the idea is you put this on this, the whole thing will heat up. You could put a whole bunch of wood in here. If this is actually burning still, you put like a few pieces of wood on this. You put this thing on top, then you put some wood in here, or whatever side that you want to cook in on. Seems kind of just like a roundabout way to do stuff. You can just move it, you know. Although getting that just right, or having the damper would be better. So like a damper box. So like not just this, but being able to. So this is moving the fuel around, not moving the heat around. Which is kind of both. So it's like moving all the coals to one side, like that idea. Then one side will get really hot. And then it would come out through the sides here, and then eventually burn back everything. You keep shoving this in here. So if this was just open, that would be okay too, but it wouldn't hold the coals like directly. So if this was like this, but it was straight across, like 18, right? The same sort of idea, just but this is all grating, and you could keep the wood on top. Is there any difference to this than just having, you know, like a fire ring and a solid top for cooking? That it just like it's just open on the sides or open in the middle. So open in the middle, it would get hotter towards the middle because that's where most of the stuff is going. And you could have like a secondary like thing in the middle. So this is why I like to talk about this, because it's like, okay, this is a neat idea, but you know, like, does it need to be because it's just like you're building one fire on top of the other fire. So let's move the heat around instead of the wood, but let's have another way to add the wood to the fire. So instead of having this connected, so let's get rid of that. I guess I could do that and just do one of these. So we have a way to add wood to the fire into here. Now, let's say that this was 6 inches up, and we need another box. So there's another ring to go around this. Ring or box. This could probably be made a little bit thinner. And then this needs, all this is doing is directing where all the heat is going. So this you would want to be able to close off somehow. I'm going to get rid of all this just so that we can kind of start over. And then the heat's coming up through the middle, but we want to, like what we were saying before, is that, okay, if the heat is, all the heat is here, say we want to have just this portion, I don't know, somebody's doing something else on the other side. I guess in quadrants. Quadrants is fairly decent. How do we get all or a lot of the heat, so where the heat is escaping from, just to go into here? So we have, goes into the box in the bottom, something like that. So it comes in through here, and then we want it to go where we want it to go. So it would be heating up this bottom and not going in through here eventually, or going through actually a passage. So it needs to be almost like that. Something like this. Oops. Trim up and around. Why did I do that? So not 18. This could be as big as the fire pit. Oh boy. All these need constraints. Maybe this sits over a little bit. Smoke comes up through here. So this is where this angle now comes into play, but it doesn't really need to do that. It is gonna have some dead space, but something like that. And then we could have areas where this is closed off, something like that. So wherever this gets into, then this section wouldn't be wouldn't flow If you open up like all four, then it takes away from whatever it has, and then if you can control the damper at the top, so it's like you want everything to go through this one area where we slow it down, right? So everything heats up a little bit, starts coming out everywhere else. Probably don't want that, but so that looks okay. Going to horizontal vertical that one. Should probably horizontal vertical these. And this. That doesn't need to, but I'm gonna take off these. I like having the horizontal verticals more. And then the other one. And it's kind of like filling out, you know? There's got to be a setting for that. I think this one's gonna need to 0.1875. This is like your damper ring of sorts. I think this could be all the way out here. And then this might actually be, yeah, that's fine. This thing's gonna be 80 pounds. Okay, so the idea here is this ring could be all the way on the outside, or technically it should be almost all the way into here. So all this heat gets built up into here and here. This will radiate into here, but the direct flow should come all the way around and then up through here, heating all this stuff up. So the whole thing is going to get warm on the outside, or at least like just through some of that. But it won't go through some of the chambers if we shut them off. So it'll get hot on the bottom, but this surface won't get hot because it's being protected by a few like an air chamber, dead air chamber, I guess. So a little bit of insulation. I don't know. I think I'm probably full of shit here. So I don't know, 6 inches. And we could do full symmetry. Right, and then it's just the pieces in the middle here, and this could be what, 6 inches or something like that. And then this one here is like the pipe in the middle. Maybe something like that. It's probably a little smaller. Let's do 5.75. This maybe, so we want to be able to stick a pipe on it. I have a top flip there. 0.175. Easier to roll. This could be a couple inches high, just so that there's some stuff on the inside there. Maybe 875. Oops. 5.875, or even 4 inch, 4.875, or 3.875. So 4-inch tube. This could probably be 4 inches. And then it would be really neat to see the differential between those two. So this should be insulated, this whole box in here, so it only has that path. If you really wanted to like make the heat go, like stay in here, so this would be insulated, this would be insulated, this barrier in here would be insulated too. You could do a sandwich insulation actually of some fiberglass or something like that. And then this is where the dampers would shut like on and off, and you could even do a I don't know, just like a sliding or something like that, maybe inside of these passages here, and you can just tune them to whatever you want, so when the handle is up, you know that it's closed, and then when the handle's down it's open or something like that, and then the flapper would just hang down or something like that, or just like a push in and out. So that's probably feasible. This has an end to it as well. Set that on here. It's the same as that. So we'll do it simple for now. What a crazy design. And then these, because we'd actually do this square in the middle here. Maybe square. Okay. Let's do some of this design right now. So we have the ring. Let's do some revolves so we can actually get that going for that. So this one there, this would be so heavy. Not the ring for, yeah, why not? So let's do that one. This one here, revolve, revolve. There's the cooktop and the inside ring. So you could do like a chimney or something on top of that. Right? It does have a kind of a cool look to it, other than the fact that it's, now that I'm looking at it, it's at least 100 pounds, maybe more. What do you got there? It's like, okay, now how do you feed the fire, right? So this is the other idea. You have to be able, it would have to be like a half moon or something like that, and then it's not really like a fire ring at all. So that is quite an interesting idea. I think this whole thing would just get really hot. But if you you know, like if you'd be better off to you'd be better off to just move the coals out of the way inside of this. or like a half of it, maybe. So this is what I mean. Like when you trying to get an idea, it's like then you try and envision yourself using this. Are you gonna walk all the way around this thing? Probably not. You're gonna use it like maybe half of it. So that's actually a good like way to think about things, like visualizing it. And this thing is only 12 inches high off the ground, so you're going to be bending over or sitting on your legs in front of this, and you're not going to want to get that close to a fire pit. So what's a more suitable idea for this? So if you were to, how do you make this easier? So having the appliance, having this as a separate appliance for boiling water or whatever now seems a little more feasible. Building one of these, or like having it on a trailer, like you just use a gas stove. It's so much simpler. But if you want to use wood, then this is the option, right? These things are fairly small. Like 4x4, it's less than a cubic foot, I think. So when you look at something like this big behemoth, okay, if you're cooking for like 40 people, like you could cook like a lot of pancakes on that thing. Like that's an awful lot of area. So, probably not the best idea. it's so crazy. I like to think about this. Could you do something more direct, like a rocket stove that just goes on top of your existing campfire, right? Or that's incorporated into this, that gives you like a little spot to work in, or simply just like instead of all the other stuff. Did I do this bottom one first? I didn't. Where's the bottom one? Yeah. Right, so you have this. This is more economical. Like, I love it. Like when I start to get exploring, I just like, no, this is just not a good idea. I love it. So this is far more. This is far better of an idea here. Okay, so I have the ring. Back to first principles here. I don't mind doing like moving like a big like thinger in the way here. Not a huge deal. So let's say 14. Like this is a huge cooktop. Uh, 30 inches. Let's do center, midpoint. Midpoint. 21. So now you have fire where you want it. You could shove the whole fire underneath just with like a shovel or something. So you're building a fire and it just comes up. So in the spirit of having like so this whole thing, you just put it where you want it, and then it will eventually become hot. So what's another idea? So we're just gonna make this point, I don't know, 1/4 inch. Make it heavy. One at least. Right, so you plop this on there. You don't want to hit the. I don't think you could put actually a good amount of force on this if you wanted to. Show detail. How about 28? 25? Why? What's wrong with this? Edit. Oh, it's attached. That's why. New body. Boo. 26. And then everything is roughly where it should be. The and then you could like move it all the way in a little bit further if you wanted to. Still has lots of room to kind of go up and out. You could even do like a smaller sort of idea. All right, thanks, dude. Yeah, I think I still got you going on yours too. I really appreciate that. Hopefully everything's going good for you. Right on. The let's see here. And then if you wanted an area for the heat to come through, like not the plate, but the other thing, then what would be the best option for that? So it wouldn't actually be this, right? It would be something like just like a ring maybe to put on your pot, something like that. So if you have this, so your pot was like 10 inches, right? So you have a 10-inch ring, and I don't know, it's a pot, so 1 inch, something like that. And then you just need it to sit on the side of like this here, maybe. maybe. Right, 0.25. Make it as big or as small as you want. These are actually pretty light now. So if you were to sit that like on the edge, or it's a something like that, or a cylinder, like you literally just put the cylinder into the fire, or like there's 4 legs or something. And then when it gets boiling, you can just like maybe half side it, something like that. So would doing a rotation be better? If it's full of water and it's super hot, you might not want to pick that up or handle it too much. It's like, how do you move this out of the way now? So if you had a handle that was like here on the side of this, and this was like it'd have to be really sturdy. You want to fuck around with hot water, right? And you could just bring it off the stove and like back on or whatever, something like that, like half and half. And then the other way is just going straight up, right? So that's like the other way to do that. So you have cooking rings, and then you could have one that's a grill, right? That has a bunch of stuff on it, so you could do that, and you just kind of like plop it over there. So it would be something like on a rotation, even like right here, be beneficial somehow, even if it was off just a little bit. Because you could shove the fire underneath wherever you wanted it to go on there. Thinking practically here. Or you have a grate over the whole thing and then just be done with it. You can just put the fire wherever you want. That would be ideal. Where's the... Oops, these are bodies. That's this here. So if you were just to have, you know, point... well, something that big would be pretty substantial. 24 by 24. That's not that big. Still, like, that's the size of a stove almost. Or you just have a full flat top and you just cook right on top of this. 24. 26 by 26. My god, that'd be huge. It's 20, yeah, that's a little bit too big, but it'd be this. It would be a good size for this whole thing. But then you still need somewhere for the wood, the gases to escape from. So that could be just off the side, like cooking ring, and then you'd want this at like 36 inches high, essentially. So there's the problem again. So if you have something off to the side, you could have a box where all like the gases go into. And that's what I was saying, like the gasifying chamber. There's no real good way to do this. You keep the heat in, so like you have another piece that you fit in there, and it stands it up to that high, and then it's like, okay, well the fire's contained now. And it goes up through here. The whole thing's gonna heat up, unless that ring is insulated. And it's like the size of a washing machine. Like it's the size of a stove. Nobody really wants to take that with them. Now, you could put it together like flat pack. You just like wheel it over top, and I'm just like, oh my god, what a glamping thing. This is why gas stoves are king. Hmm. All the localized stuff is so more is so much better of an idea. So using this inside the fire pit would still need you would need to have well, I guess just having this on the side would be an interesting sort of thing too. A couple pins, something like that, or that just fits on here. I still kind of love this idea though. It's like the whole like a Mongolian grill sort of idea. Full, right? Edit, new body. This had its merit though. You know, like, I think the idea is right. It's just that it's um, in this sort of idea, like the pie. It's like I want to have like a full thing of stuff in here, and then I only want this area to get hot. So I want all the energy that's being put out. I want to put into here, or I want this one to be not. I want this one to be cold, essentially. So you want an area to put stuff that's not cold. It's easier to have somewhere else to put your pot, or somewhere else to put something. So you have one area that's like, say you just go like straight across, like I had at the beginning. Right? This is more feasible. You just make this a little bit larger. You do this like 10 and 30, right? Something like that, or 36 even. So now you have room on the sides of what you're doing, and then you can move this back a little bit. You could call it 12, and then it's covered up. So 12 here, you're gonna get a little bit of leakage and stuff around here, but so this stuff is gonna get pretty hot. You could even have like a ring in the middle, just like we did before, something like that, or like literally just goes up and out, you know? So something where that gets really hot, or it's heating up your pan directly and it's not heating this up. So that's a good idea. Think about like the old-timey cook stoves, right? What does that kind of entail? It's neat to go through all this sort of design, because this is like what designers went through all this stuff before, but they were actually doing it. I'm just like theoretically going through all that instead of like, hey, will this work, and then build something and then put a bunch of stuff in the way and light a fire underneath it, like literally cook on it, cook something with it. So we use pans or woks or whatever else. I don't know if a wood fire would have enough for a wok. I think it would. There's quite a lot of heat there. That's another thing too. It's like you could plop the wok right in here. or something smaller. And then you could have this up higher. If you wanted this up higher. And then what does that look like? So wood camping, modern wood camping, modern fire camping stuff. So if we wanted to do, you take a shovel of coals out of your campfire and you put it into your cooking stove, well then you can do, then it's just like a fire pit sort of idea, which would be somewhat like more simple. And then you can feed that little fire as you need it. So that might be even a better idea. So it's like a hybrid version of like this. This was a really interesting like concept. That would be extravagant for no reason. Could definitely make it so it's more like this, right? But it's contained small. So actually, it's a combination of both of these sort of ideas. So you have your, like, we could just make it square. You put it in the bottom, so it's like a standard like coal barbecue, like at a what do you call it? Like at a, like a rest stop or wherever else. I don't know. How big are these things? Let's do double wide for like say 2 10-inch pots. So we could do 12 by 12 by 24 would be really good, I would think. Or good enough, I should say. And then we could do, well, the bottom of all this stuff, we could probably do 0.1875. And we could bend it like sheet metal, like crazy people. Not a flange. Phalanges. This is now all sheet metal. It's a shit metal. And because, wow, why is that? Oh, did I pick the wrong side? I think I did, yeah. There we go. Modify this library. 0.01 0.01 inches. No. There we go. 0.0254 millimeters. And then this one here. The edge off. And I want this as an arc welds. Or linear weld. Linear. Arc. Arc is the constant throughout all the way through. Linear weld's fine. Shoopa doopa doop. How tall did I make this thing? 6 is probably appropriate. And it's essentially like why don't we do 30? 30 is like an appliance size. Show dimensions. So this is the width of a stove. So you could do like whatever else you wanted. If we did 15, right? So essentially what we're doing is building a box to sit this on. We could put a post or something like into the ground with concrete. And it's essentially like a grill. Like you just have like a grill, like a coal grill. That's our idea. And then how would you do like the rocket portion of this? So this is the box. What is down here? So you could throw the coals like right in top, or throw like some coals in here, or you could have like a rocket stove like on top of this, and then it would come out like maybe out the back or something like that. So I think having another top on here, right, so which is the pretty much the same size. We're just gonna copy that one, and then we're going to make a new component that's also how thick would these things would have been back in the day, because you want to have them I think they were like a half an inch. See, this thing's 80 pounds already. Oh, I need to go throw I need to go and get my dinner stuff started. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Kind of on a thing here. Let's do this really quick, and I will points. Just take a pretty maybe a 15-minute, and just to get everything in the oven, and then I can come back and get everything set up. I don't think it should take me more than 15 minutes. So I'll finish up just like what I'm working on here, and then go forward. Points an 875. New component. This component is going to be a sheet of metal as well. And then on the back here is a this, right? I don't know. It doesn't have to be that big, 2 inches, something like that. Just enough to it just gets the smoke to come out of the back of it, and not like right on your cooking. Like that idea. And actually, we're gonna make this an inch bigger all the way around, like that. Hey, oh, is it gone? Yeah, of course it is. So you and you and you and you and you. Who would want this thing? I would, if it was like a permanent like a cottage, or not cottage, maybe even that, like a area that you just go to like camp all the time. Why wouldn't you want something like that? It'd be so cool. So get rid of that. It's a good idea just to like figure out what you want to do with all this stuff here. So in the center you could have like or offset, you could have two you could have two rocket stoves like feeding all this stuff in. The idea behind this is that you just fill this up full of coals, and then it comes out the back, right? So it's just gonna come out the back and straight up, hopefully not into your face, and then you have a nice area to do your cooking on. And this probably isn't thick enough. 1/4 inch is probably better. 1/2 inch is probably even better than that, but we don't have to get crazy, because then it really will be 200 pounds. That's probably getting close to 100 pounds right now. So it's sitting on here. If this was all 1/4 inch, yeah. Getting close. Steel's pretty heavy. So yeah, you shove the stuff in the back of it. And then the idea is, how do you get this to be how do you get the gases, or how do you get it to burn up into here? So you have a whole appliance. You can, like, this is going to be all the way up on here. So the first idea was grab a bunch of coals from your wood fire and shove it in there, and then shove some wood in there too. Or could we do like a side load, like material? Because you could just put the wood in the back here, and then it would eventually just like catch all the wood on fire and then fall out. So can we do a... This is going to be such a pain in the ass to clean too. So we're going to go up like this, but I don't know, 45-degree angle. Something like this. 30. Yeah. 30, and we'll go out, I don't know. Maybe 30 is even too much. 15. 8. 8, something like that. So it's not super bad to clean, but just take the sharp corners off. 1. Something like that, and then you could just put the wood under here, so it kind of has that idea, but there's no I would want this to be like the burn column. So this should technically be lower and then up again. So like this is essentially it's a rocket stove. Rocket stove feeds this, and then you have a cooktop on top of it, I guess. So you could do like one here. You could just do the whole thing enclosed. And then comes in here, and then you have a damper, I guess, that would go all the way to the other side. So it closes off one or closes off the other. So how would you keep this side cold, or cooler, I should say? So if there was a thing in the middle, you just have a full flap that like just goes along the back or something, and then to a chimney, like out the one side, or out the back, I should say. So if it was like in this one way, and then just go straight out, like a bypass, one or the other or both. Yeah. Or you just throw it in the bottom, you know, like... If you're only using wood, and then you can have the circle things on top. If this thing was thick enough, you could have the circle things, or you have the circle things all the time, so you always put a pan on top. And then this is just the clean out for whatever's on the bottom. So this thing is contained. But it's still nice to have like it draws from the one side, it goes across and then up. Like that sort of idea to get the path to go. So let's think about that. I gotta get dinner started. So I will be back in about 15 minutes or so. BRB is up and I am off. we are back. I was gone for a lot longer than I thought. About an hour. Sorry about that. If you're lurking, thank you very much. It's pretty rad. And then what do we want to do for this thing here? So ham, cheesy potato casserole sort of thing. What else did I make? Broccoli's ready, and I made like a layered pudding sort of stuff there. Just cooking for my folks. And I get to have my beef and eggs and a little bit of the ham that I'm cooking. So that should be pretty good. Might have some of the potatoes, we'll see, or a little small portion of it. I think the small portions isn't generally going to hurt anything, but you know, if it's I'm supposed to be abstaining from, you know, all those things, and I have been. You know, nothing more than a tablespoon, because usually it's the dose that kills you, right, or a dose that hurts you. So that's the idea on that one. Yeah. I have to do a lot of healing because I have starting to get arthritis in my fingers, especially these joints. These two here was the mouse fingers, right? And it's just brutal, man. It hurts all the time. It's very, very strange. Like, everything glides nice. Sometimes they're hard to like push, but the joints are not fun. So if that's just systemic inflammation, like in general, you know, what is that? What's it caused by? So I was eating a lot of junk food for a pretty good run there. I think like probably twice as much as I would have normally had before that. And now I'm not eating anything. So, but what I am eating is a lot of yogurt and a lot of berries. And the berry still has a little bit of fructose in it. And I might need to stop eating those completely, just to see, you know. So let's see here. Excuse me. I'd love to get another follower today. That'd be awesome. Okay, so where was I? I was making this like weird contraption, and this is just like direct heat and then comes underneath. So that's a direct version. We can do another. Actually, I'm going to move this thing over here. It should be behind me. Like that. Something like this. So that this is that over top of my face or on the other side? I can't tell. It is behind. Great. So this is this could be loose. You just sit there and put it on top, and they put this back on. So it acts as a let's see here. So this has a, you know, almost like a cooktop sort of idea to it. This will give it quite a bit of strength. So I'm gonna go to 3" on this one. And I kind of want to override the rules and do 2 bend and arc welds. And relief override, I think this is relief width is 0.01. This is a miter rip seam gap, 0.01 inches. All right, so basically pretty straight. And then we could pick this up and move it. So we could do a like a handle on top of this too. Why don't we do something like that? So handle in each direction. What, 3? Maybe another 3. 3. It knows me too well. So it's like an inch handle, and pretty much like 2 inches. Something like that. And then this could have like a wood or something drilled through it, something like that. These aren't going to be full edges, so these will be 2 sides. Actually, it could just be symmetric. I'm going to do 3, so it's a 4" or 2. No. Oh, that's from the middle. So 2, 4, 6. 6. 8. And same thing with this one. 4. And override the rules. Relief override. I want to have this round and 0.065, only 1/8 of an inch. Right, so just like a quick little boop, laser in there. Gee, excuse me. All right, I try and get my throat cleared out here. So these would be welded at the back. So like this whole thing would be almost like a flat top, I guess. Maybe that's what we're making. See how things evolve. Let me just do a 1 on that. And then here we're gonna do another. So you and you. All the way to there. Oops. These are nice for doing stuff like that. 1. I said 1. Because then you get it in both directions, and you can go all the way to the other side. So the one side is set. Now all you need is the depth. 1. Right. We're going to do all of these, maybe down to actually it should be down to the thing. Let's do square. Is it straight? Yeah, okay, let's do that. That's great. this is going to go down to this object right here. Like a soul. And maybe I will keep it around. Yeah, I will. It's gonna cause issues with the thing though. And then we'll just go 1.75. Yeah, that's good. And then we can do some fantastic things on each side. 2, 3, 4, 0.25. I don't think that's going to turn out the way I don't know if that would turn out the way I would want it to, but yeah. So this can be sandwiched in between two things, and if we do something like that in here, we can just do that and that. And obviously do the corners over here. All this is gonna do is, oops, is just provide that. I could have done the whole thing. That's okay. Sometimes I like doing things the hard way. We are going to go 2 sides on this one. So this one is going to be 1, and the other side's going to be 10. Oops, not 120. It's 10 feet. We're going to join it. Join. Wasn't that... Oh, it was 6. I'm sorry. I can go 8. Wait. This is 6, 7. Yeah, 10 should work. What the hell? Oh, it's an inch in. I'm dumb. Woohoo. All right. So in between there, in between this, we're gonna have like a half moon and a half moon sort of idea. Sandwich. We're gonna make some components too, so I can copy them over to the other side. Now I want to see if we can do a. It's gonna be like a little bit on the outside, like an inch in a. Inch in a little bit, I guess. Right. I think this could be split in half and all that stuff. Comfortable is like 1.5 inches, but we'll go like 1.25 if we can help it. We could make this a little smaller too. Like this is incredibly strong for what this is. 1.25 inches, 1.5. Those are like beefcake size ones. 1.25. Cool. Why that's there, I don't know. Horizontal, vertical. Something like that. So we have this. Oh, I do actually need that to be like that. So there's that one there and that one there. That'd be a manufacturing issue. Chip off that edge all the time. So this would be here, Now if I went to there, so it'd be like a half moon and then like another half moon. You could do that too, right? So this and this. And the problem with going on the other side is you're going to be cutting off these corners and you're going to be showing some of the edge there, which technically isn't a problem. So this would kind of like have like a knife sort of look. That's what I was thinking. So we can do, we could do something like that. Let me just do that instead. Let's try it out. Front. You can custom knives and shit. Midpoint, silly. Right? Just gonna bring that to here. I can always extend it later if I need to. That needs to be maybe just like another. See if I can do a G2 fillet, because that's really what I want. Fillet here. I can change the. So if we did 0.375. Oh, there's no dialogue. It's just straight up. Let's just draw the one. Ooh. Where'd you go? New component. Handle wood. This is cooktop. Flat top. And this here, see if we can do. So we'll do G2 curvature and then like almost all of it 0.3 maybe. It's 0.3. Maybe we can do all the way around. I want to do something different. So instead of these, delete, yes, I'm gonna delete that too. Delete. My life can be made easier. So we're gonna do G2 fillets on this. Oh, so silly. Oh, so bad. We're gonna do them on the inside too, because we're psychopaths. So 0.25 curvature. I should be like doing a mirror on this one and all that, like I showed you guys before, but sometimes it's just do it. No big deal. So these though, I'm going to not do that. And also down the middle. These are gonna have their own pins and stuff. I don't know. .25 equals to these fun. Maybe we could do in line with the other ones. Make that nice and easy. Symmetry. That is not what I wanted. Is there a reason why I can't select that? All right, junk. Have it your way. Burger King. Murder face, murder face, murder face. Okay, so now I can do curvature on both sides and on the end. So when I do new component, and this is 0.375, so 3/8. New component. Didn't I do that? I did. So wood handle. Panel. Wood handle. Part. Piece. Handle wood. Handle wood. Angle wood. Handle wood. Okay, and then I can do a full G2 curvature 0.3, and that'll look sexy. All the way around. Well, maybe not sexy, but you know, it'll look good. And physical material. What shall we do? Don't you worry about that. Made of wood, real sturdy. Cherry. How very mahogany. Oak. Why not have them all? Ach, no pine. Oak's fine. Okay. And I think the cool part is that there's a pin here, and I think we can make those like a taper lock, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% sure how that's actually done. So if you don't want a handle to pop off, or is it just epoxied on it? Like I would have thought it would have been handle wood. And I'll do those as new bodies. I could do them as new components. I just want to, yeah. Maybe I should. Oh, look how many they've blocked. Thanks. to object. These physical material would probably be stainless steel or something like that. This could be stainless too, if you're a psychopath and want to spend that type of money. Metal. A stainless. Is it? It's 309, I think, is the one that doesn't. Don't quote me on it. I'm really just kind of going for the look of everything. And then everything in here is going to rigid group. Yes. Right. And then I'll rigid group the other one too. But yeah. So handle wood. We're gonna do this old style. Where things are just in place, or in place because of just placement after copy. It's like a free way to do what do you call it? So Firepit cooktop is this one, but I have a body here and there, and I think, oh, when did I do that? Was that attached? Oh, yeah, it's new body. What the hell is this thing? That's not that. Oh gosh. So we made a really nice tray anyways. What was I saying in this one? I totally forgot. Firepit stovetop. Yeah, technically that's a Firepit stovetop. Stovetop. And then that can be, I just had like a phantom buzz in my leg again. My phone is up here. I don't know why it's doing that. I have to go and add some stuff to the ham here in about 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll let it run to the 45 or to 5 o'clock, and then I gotta run at 5:30. Dinner time's at 5:30. Well, actually, just a little bit before that. I gotta cook the broccoli and stuff like that too. So the piece that's underneath, can't I edit that? Oh, that's a convert to. Flat top doesn't have anything in. Oh, okay. Sketch 6, this creates the thing. So what's this from before then? That's body 6. This whole thing was flat top, wasn't it? Oh, I didn't do the wood handle in the right thing. Purse. Well, I screwed that one up. Sure did. What I can do is, actually, I just rigid grouped this together. So technically these should be inside. Let me just do that. I don't really give a crap about the timeline that much, so not in this one. Like I do and I don't. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So flat top, and then this is like the, maybe I should do the base. So, well, the cooktop is the whole thing. So the flat top on here, maybe we can do like a grill version of this. So let me copy, paste new, paste a new version of that. And then I'll do grill top. Right. Turn this one off. So grill top. So we have is that broken in the other one too? Shit. Oh, it is. Is that broken in the other one? Why? Oh, because I I pasted new. Yeah, I have to do that though. Grill top. Flat top's still good though, right? Yeah, flat top's still good. And this is just because of, oh, this is the handles. Okay. So I have handles on here. These actually don't need to be here. Delete. No, I want you to delete everything, bro. Right, so I got all that stuff. And now from here, I can take that, paste that in there. So I'm gonna do them all. 4. And paste them in here. So same stuff here. And you can do another rigid group. Right? Go top is there, symbol, rigid group. Yes. So these are all together. Now, the only difference between these two, the other one is this particular one is going to have a pattern on it. So here's the pattern. We're going to go, I don't know, an inch maybe, negative. Not number 1, -1. That's so funny. And should we do wavy or regular? So if we do regular, it's just like a standard thing. Maybe we can do a side to side. These can be what, 3/8, something like that. Maybe half, yeah, 3/8, ½ inch. Constraints, midpoint to midpoint. Constraints. Constrain. Wouldn't mind to have a like a wavy sort of idea. Actually, I'm gonna do that later. do. It's gonna be something like that. Two points. Wow, that's painful. Holy shit. Never had an ache like that before. Is this not I'm gonna turn off the bodies in this one so I can see what I'm doing. Oh, I can't do that because it's the hell. Pests. Profile. Smells good. It smells really good. Ah, it's the wrong kind. This one. Spline. Okay. Horizontal, vertical, and I want midpoint to midpoint. Just like that. And I should probably go down to here instead. Overbuild. 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 5. Holy shit, my smelling good, man. Smelling good. Love ham. Ham is so good. Okay. So I have this. I'm gonna do it in the center here too. Mid plane. Actually, no. I am doing do I want to do a full copy of this? No, I want to go like that. This is going to be 0.37 or 0.5. No. What am I thinking? I want to, this is going to be the middle one. This one is going to be 0.25. And the other one is going to be negative 0.25. That's what I wanted to overbuild. Yeah, I am special sometimes. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, I want to add in just these areas here with a pattern. But I want to midpoint this. Right, so that's right in the middle. Where are you going? Effing nowhere. Okay, so that I can do center to center at a like bodies. So if I was to, oh, I need to turn on the sketch here, profiles. So I'm going to take off both of these. That's the area that I want to do. So 2 steps, delete the area that I want. And then now put them back, because this is a separate thing. So one side, 2 objects, join. 2 objects. I selected the wrong objects, right? So there's my 1/2 inch thing. Now I'm going to pattern that right before I You know, actually, I'm not going to do it this way. I'm going to have issues running into the end. I'm going to edit the sketch. I'm going to make a big ass circle over here. Right, so I have a cutting plane. That's okay. I'm going to do that. So I have... Go back to here. That is going to be beautiful. Not too much to select. That was the idea. So I am going to make a bunch of these. Oh, I can't go further. Shit. Well, that's okay. I don't need to go any further than that. It's just the sides that I'm cutting off anyways. Hopefully that doesn't cause me any issues. So one side, and then 2 objects. So that guy. I'm just going to say new body for now. I'm going to turn off this. This one here, I'm going to turn off the handles. So now I want to pattern these. Save again. Sometimes patterns are destructive, so we're gonna... So 2 of those. This is the axis. We're gonna do symmetric, spacing, symmetric, none of that, and I don't know, 1, right? So it should give us like a half inch sort of idea. I don't know, 20, 25, 31. Oh, perfect. Look at that. So we have a whole bunch of these now. Now I want to cut everything that's outside of this. So there is my outside limit. So everything outside of this is going to get cut. 2 sides. I'm just going to go up, I don't know, 20. Or symmetric, sorry, symmetric. 20 total. Cut. I should be left with just the outsides, which looks great. Now I'm going to recombine that. Holy moly, look at all that. Looks pretty dope. This matters. Your pick always what you're putting stuff into, and then everything else. Right. Where's your little itty bitty things here? So do we want to keep those little pieces? Right. So these like little tiny things in here, we can choose. We can choose all that. Get rid of all these things. What is this piece here? These are like 2 like little sliver things. Okay, let's go back. Not sure what that was. So target body is this one. I don't know why I can't select it. And operation. Let's join. Right. All of that should be selected. If there's, I don't know what these other 2 are for here. So grill top. It's kind of it's better than just being plain. Show, can I actually highlight this? Nope. Phantom stuff. I'll just get rid of it. Remove. Get the handles for this. Sketch off. So there's like a grill, a grill and a griddle, and we should probably do a do some rounded corners and all this stuff. Probably get rid of this like little edge here too, or these two little things here. It's just gonna look like ass anyways. Easy peasy. I kind of want to put like a little foot on the bottom of this. So it's like you put some stuff on the grill, you can take it somewhere else, you put all the meat on it, and then you take it back to the fire, like that sort of idea. Or you can move it, like move it slightly, move it around, and then that can sit in slots or something. And then it's sturdy and kind of like in the right spot. So those are 1/2 inch. You can also do like a full, like an actual grill in there too. Man, there's a whole bunch of different ways to do stuff. All right, 5 o'clock. I gotta go check some stuff. I'll be back in a couple minutes. And yeah. BRB again. My bad. Man, I should have taken a picture of that for you guys. It's really good looking. Okay, so got the grill tray. Heavy duty is 3/16. These are 1/2 inch like wavy bars. I did it exactly like the other one because it's like a griddle, and I don't know. It just seemed like a good idea to have like a catch tray or something at the back. I don't know, something like that. We could probably do another one like that just has holes in it. Do a pattern of holes. We could do that one lighter too. Although 3/16 it's heavy. It's not it's heavier than 1/8. Like you think like what quality cookware like feels like. You know, it should what is that? Oh, they're two on top of each other. Derp. I want to put like edges and stuff in here, so let's do a rule fillet for all this stuff here. So fillet. Rule fillet. And rule fillet is really good. These are all didn't I select all the faces? So on the inside, I only want fillets. There's no rounds in this anywhere. And then 0.03. Is that enough? No, 0.06. 1/8 inch. I'm gonna bring it into here. Yep. That's really good looking. I like it. 234 fillets all in one shot. I like that. That's extremely handy and very, very powerful. So with this one here, so save everything. I should be able to create a flat patterns for all these. Create a flat pattern. Actually, I want to do the top. Okay. Blam. So there's the flat pattern. These might have holes in them, but I don't know. I don't really know how to do any of that. We'll go back to here. Turn that off. We'll do flat pattern for this bad boy too. Create flat pattern. Okay. Looks good. You know, we could just do this here, like straight through. But I'm pretty sure that these get heated up. These are size for size pins. That pin would get driven all the way through. All the way through to the other side, sticking out a little bit further even. Sand it out smooth. I don't know. It just that looks like a higher end piece of thing. Especially if it's heat treated afterwards and stress relieved. Like it's not gonna move. I didn't even know we can do that. Something this big. I'm sure we could. Or if it's like like feasible to do that. Yeah. So flat top, grill top. You can do your veggies on these, right? Do we want to do veggie top? So we can do a. Actually, where do we do the? Delete everything after the history. We don't need any of that. So when we created the new one here, when we created the new one, and I think we had to do a rigid. Oh, that's right. I deleted all the other stuff. Okay. That's good. So let's just do flat top. And we'll just paste new again. Paste that new. We're gonna do veggie top. Whoa, not that one. Veggie top, which should just be holes. Rid of that. All these are gone. So just from here to there, delete. Yep. And on the flat top, we're gonna 1, 2, 3, 4. Copy and pastes. Exactly the same. And at this point, we're going to do a rigid group. Yes. I should have copied this right now, like from the other one. That would have been an easier thing, but it's just as easy to do a few things over again. So no big deal. And it's the same thing, like it's all the exact same stuff. This here, except in the middle. Let's do the offset. Wave Shaper got me again. I'm gonna do an offset into here. -1. Same thing again. So now we're gonna have a couple dimensions that we can use for our Insano like holes and stuff. I don't even know how anybody is gonna clean this. I shouldn't even say that. It'll be fine. So points 2.5. And we're gonna go to this one. Cut. All right, there is gonna be a lot of holes in here. Save. Rip flat pattern. There's gonna be 1,000 holes in here probably. Veggie top is gonna have a premium. Yeah, I don't know. It could be made lighter too. 3/16 isn't that heavy. That almost might be a drill though. If it's 3/16, if it's a half inch holes. Actually, I could probably do half. Let's do that. Sketches, show. Let's try half first. And so 1/2 inch holes. Oh. So 131, 132. Okay. D131, 132. Save. Features. It's going to be a cut. Axes. This is going to be extent. Because I want it perfect. So distance this way is D131 and D132. So perfect. I'm going to go roughly until they look pretty close together. Too many. Consider doing this. You're going to start to run into stuff here. Watch this. 17. It's going to be like 350 holes or something. I can't wait to see how long this takes. Good thing so if this is double the size, I'm going to do 36. Oh, that is majestic. it might crash the program, but we'll see. The last time I did a crazy pattern like this, it was the really crazy one that I did for Firestone was shit. I think it took 15 minutes to process. So this might be something. We're coming up by 5:20 anyways. I gotta go in 5 minutes. So it's pretty cool. I'm gonna post some pictures of this anyways. Yeah, that was a quick 15 minutes. Holy shit. Just kind of like getting everything going there. Yeah, it was like after it's done, it's good. Actually, the crazy one that I did before, that was so like, how would I say that? It was so like processor heavy. I had to make a hard pattern like this just so I could move it around a little bit, because I couldn't actually move the sketch around. I did multiple sketches to create one of these so I could move the whole shape around, and then I had to I transferred the shape, or no, or was it an emboss? Oh jeez, I forgot, because it was around a drum. Oh no, it was an unfold. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what it was. So it was like calculating all the stuff out in this like giant huge pattern, but it had to be like a rollation, because they were machining it and then curving it around something. I don't know what they were doing. So they tasked me to create the accurate pattern. That guy wanted to hire me too. I should have taken that job. I probably would have been making some good coin. Not that I wasn't making good coin at the time. It's just it would have been really steady. Okay. So was that 1450? That sounds about right. It looks cool. Oh, just like the way it's highlighted. It almost looked like what do you call it? Like a sphere. So little bits of flame will come up through here. Good for doing veggies and stuff on. Maybe a little tighter? I'm not sure. I don't know if I want to chance it. So let's do one of those. Oh man, that takes forever too in this size. If well, I shouldn't say that. If you had like I think Trump does, like the Trump and the Mata, like super high power lasers, the 24 kilowatt or 30 kilowatt. I forget what they're up to now. The big ones. I know the 16 kilowatt, it will do this no problem and quick. It's like, but let me see if I can find that. YouTube. 3/16. Thirty millimeter stainless. Holy shit, that's a big sheet too. Oh, the other thing too is I could do a pattern that's like, it's like this, but then something like that. So it's like a constant stream. It goes down here and then maybe back up again, something like that. And then this one here would do the other, because then it's not piercing all the time. It's just cutting, right? But it's going to be cutting the blank out. So we could do that too. That's totally fine. Actually, that sounds really neat to do it like that, because there's so many holes. But whatever else. Hey, who was that? Let me see here. Hey, thank you very much for the follow, Franjo de Combate. I think I said, yeah. I'm trying to read that right. Thanks very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. So yeah, we just made some. I'm getting actually just finishing up here. I need to start streaming over dinner time. I haven't figured that out yet, so I apologize. The let's see here, 5:20 is when I'm gonna be stopping here. We made flat top grill, so we went over a few ideas actually beforehand. I don't know if you saw that or not. There's like a whole bunch of like sketching ideas. Like I want to build something that goes like on a fire pit, and I went over like a rocket stove idea, and then this is like a gasifying like cooktop sort of idea. Campfires, obviously. Just a box that sits on top like of a fire ring, and then how to like do some dampers and things on the inside. This is just like a grill, you know, like normal. And this is what I envisioned something that was round and you could stick the wood in from the side, and then has this like big thing on here, and that sits on top of a fire ring, like a fire ring there. And when I drew it all up, it was like, no, this is gonna be like 300 pounds. So, and then a simplified version was like, what am I doing this for? So, yeah. So, anyways, so I said it's like, well, all of the like fire pit ideas or the barbecue ideas, just basic to use firewood or charcoal, something like that, or smoker or something else. So I got like I got a few patterns done. Oh, did I do the flat top by accident? I did, maybe. Hang on. I forgot. Oh, that's the reason why. That's hilarious. This might break everything. I was like, that's not supposed to have all those holes. I gotta do the first one too. It's probably gonna have a hole in it. So I got a couple different of these like trays that go on. A couple of these, so like a flat top tray, and this one here, just something like pretty straightforward. I've been doing a lot of sheet metal work lately, so kind of get into that. And then all these just fit like kind of on top of like a firebox like this of sorts. I don't need any of those. Get rid of that. And then this had I want to say, I must have deleted it. Let me just put that back in real quick. This was, had like an edge on here. I think it was 15 degrees or something. No. 8 and 15. 8, 15. Oh, 15. There we go. Something like that. Oops. I'm on you. Oh, my eyes. There we go. One. Take off the edge there. So just like somewhere to put the fire. Whoop. Somewhere to put the fire. These things over here. These should all be. Yeah. I didn't do the. Did I not do the? Yeah, it shouldn't go anywhere. Which one didn't I do? Nope, that one's good. Just the veggie. Just move this to the end here. Edit. All in the wooden handle. No. Where are you? Go back and all the finishing touches, right? All this, yes. Goods. Everything's attached. I'm just using rigid joints because that's the easiest way to do what I was doing in this particular model. Yeah, so it just sits on top, and we can have one for veggies, one for all this stuff. These are kind of, I figured like having some sort of drop on top. I'm gonna do something where I can slide this out So I think this might just be or like maybe slide out to here, something like that. I thought that would have been like a neat idea, or slide back and then slide forward. So you could adjust the fire and, whatever else, or you could just stoke it from the back, or somebody else is helping you. And this tray here was, like if you're using like sticks or kindling, small pieces of wood, you could just lay them in here and then just push them in as time went on, like that sort of idea, or push them to the side or something like that. And then one other thing I wouldn't mind to do would be have a divider that I can put in the middle, something like that, just like plop right in the middle, so that if we do a top, so a topper for these, where's the grill? There we go. So if we did a topper for this, you can just do a like an offset, or like what do you call it? Indirect heat. So yeah, I went 5 minutes over. I gotta get going here. Hopefully my the stuff in my oven is not burning. I don't think it should. So I checked a half hour ago. It was pretty good. So yeah, so that's cooking stuff for today. Thanks again for hanging out, everybody. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Probably be back tomorrow. If not tomorrow, another day. Absolutely. I like doing this this CAD work most of the time. I try to stream. I try to get to it about 10 o'clock. So that doesn't happen sometimes. Some days I just don't. I don't get enough done beforehand. So I gotta defer my streaming a little bit. So usually between 10 and around now, and I'm gonna try and see if I can do like 10 till like 7:30 or something. 7:38. That would be kind of cool. Maybe take a small break just before like dinner time, and then come back and do something else. I'm not really too sure. But yeah, I know people like to watch this sort of thing when they eat, because that's what I like to do. So yeah, we can go from there. But yeah, appreciate